House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Tommy Marshall. He is the pastor of Revival Tabernacle Church in Gadsden and is the guest of Representative Gidley.
Let's pray. Father, we come to you today in this time that you've ordained and you've set in motion. Lord, you said that in Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed you in the belly, I knew you. Before you came forth out of the womb, I ordained you to be. You knew every one of these men and women that had gathered. You formed them in the belly and knew their calling, their giftings. So we just pray as they put all this together today to work together, is like you said in 2 Chronicles 7:14, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and then I will heal their land. So that's what they've gathered. They want the best for the state of Alabama. They want the things that will come before them today. And they will honor you in everything that's said and done, because first and foremost is you and your calling and your direction over all these great men and women. We thank you for them all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Jacob Shears. He is an intern in my office and recently graduate from Jacksonville State University with a degree in political science. Go Gamecocks.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Albright, Baker, Barnes, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brenyart, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Crow, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, DeBose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Givens, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Holt-Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Myricks, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shirey, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood, Yarbrough.
"59 members answer roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes Representative Starnes for special recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I move to suspend the rules for floor privileges for the family of the former Representative Matt Gibson.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, floor privilege is granted. Representative Starnes, you're further recognized.
I just want to say a few words about Matt Gibson. He was loved by his community. He was dedicated servant whose life reflected a deep commitment to faith, family, and public service. I ask the clerk to read House Joint Resolution 37 at length.
Clerk, read the resolution.
Whereas, it is with profound sorrow and deep regret that we record the passing of the Honorable Hannibal McNeil Mac Gibson, Jr. on July 6, 2025, at the age of 89. And whereas, an outstanding member of the community, Matt Gibson, through his selfless commitment and dedication, served to better the quality of life in Alabama as a business owner, legislator, administrator of the Alabama Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, and civic leader. And he had a measurable positive impact on the lives of its residents. He was known for his commitment to faith, family, and integrity, and he set a shining example for all who knew him. And whereas Matt Gibson was born on November 22nd, 1935, in Camden, Alabama, to Emerson Ashmore Gibson and Hannibal McNeil Gibson Sr. He started working at 13 years of age, cleaning and touching up cars at his father's Standard Oil station in downtown Prattville. This tireless work ethic was a hallmark of his character throughout his life. And whereas Matt Gibson received a Master of Business Administration from Troy State University, and he was a proud United States Army veteran. And whereas he spent the majority of his life in Prattville, Alabama, where he founded and operated Gibson Auto Tire Incorporated, a business he later sold to his sons. And whereas his entrepreneurial spirit was matched by his commitment to public service, he served 4 terms as a member of the Alabama House of Representatives, representing Autauga and Elmore counties. During his tenure in the House, he was instrumental in crafting the state education budget as a member of the House Education Appropriations Committee, and he also served as a member of the Travel and Tourism Committee. And whereas in January 2011, Matt Gibson was appointed by Governor Robert Bentley to serve as administrator of the ABC Board, a position he continued to hold under Governor Kay Ivey until his retirement in 2022 at the age of 87. In this position, he oversaw the work of more than 800 employees and 168 retail and wholesale stores statewide. And whereas a tireless advocate for small business and a dedicated community volunteer, Matt Gibson served on numerous boards and committees throughout his lifetime. And whereas Matt Gibson is preceded in death by his parents, his beloved wife of 57 years, Mary Lee Hughes Gibson, and his brother, Richard Emerson Gibson. And whereas he is survived by his loving wife and amazing caregiver, Brenda Dumas Gibson, 4 children, Robert Ashmore, Bob Gibson, Hannibal McNeil, Hootie Gibson III, Mary Emerson, Meg Gibson Lowry, and Joe Ella Gibson McIntosh, 6 grandchildren, 5 great-grandchildren, a brother, 2 stepsons, 8 step-grandchildren, and a host of other loving, extended family members and friends. And whereas Matt Gibson's life was guided by faith, family, service, and a deep love for his community, he will be remembered for his sharp wit, generous spirit, and enduring influence on all who are privileged to know him. He leaves behind a world made better by his presence, and a legacy which will long endure the passage of time and remain as a comforting memory to his proud and grateful family. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the death of the Honorable Hannibal McNeil Mack Gibson Jr. is recorded with deep sadness, and this resolution is offered in tribute to his life and service to others, along with heartfelt sympathy to his family, whose grief is shared by many.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Move for adoption. All in favor? Any opposed? It is adopted. It's certainly good to have the family with us today, and the years that Mac served in this house goes to be recognized today and go down into the history of this state for his tireless leadership. So thank you for, it's harder on the family sometimes it is the member because of what you have to put up with. But thank you guys for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, just want to take a moment of personal privilege. One of our members, Representative Simpson, has been taken to the hospital with an unknown illness, and if we could just have a quick moment of prayer for his speedy recovery. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for bringing us all together, and just be with Brother Simpson as he is dealing with this issue. Just give him healing hands and a quick response for those caregivers for him, and just keep it simple in his recovery. And just know that many people are thinking of him and just watching over him during this time. In your name we pray. Amen.
Chairman Lovern, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 8th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 8th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are any objections? Hearing no objections, reading the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot of announcements, so pay attention. Tonight is Marion Military Institute from 6 to 8 p.m. at Ravello Restaurant. The Alabama Association of Nonprofits reception is from 5 to 6 at the Renaissance Hotel. Tomorrow, Voices of Alabama's Children Child Advocacy Day legislative breakfast from 8 until 10:30 at the Alabama Association of School Boards on Jackson Street. Dixie Abate legislative breakfast is from 8:30, located on the 6th floor lobby. The Porch Bandit Creek Indians will have a legislative reception from 5 to 8 p.m. tomorrow night at Ravello. Please remember Thursday morning ALCAP prayer breakfast at 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. at RSA Plaza. The Alabama Council of Behavioral Health Care, Alabama Service Providers Association, and the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness will have a breakfast from 7:30 to 9 in the Capitol Room on the 6th floor of the RSA Plaza. And please remember the Legislative Prayer Caucus at 8:30 in room 206. The Alabama Heart Association Advocacy Day will be Thursday. Please wear red. And members, listen to this. Members, particularly the new members to this body, Thursday, Aaliyah will have its Legislative ID Day. That's where you can get your STAR driver's license and your legislative ID. Thursday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in room 206. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're further recognized.
Mr. I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his paperwork, and that we reconvene on Thursday, February the 5th at 9 a.m. Thursday.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. The motion prevails. The clerk will now receive reports from standing committees. Will receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position for introduction of bills and resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 24 by Senator Allen, mourning the death and celebrating the life of John Waller Giles. Senate Joint Resolution Number 23 by Senator Carnley, celebrating the life and mourning the death of Junior Harold Sorrells.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Resolution Number 58 by Representative McClammy, urging the United States Congress to pass the Major Richard Starr Act.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 57 by Representative Lands, commending the Alabama Birth Equity Initiative for its efforts to meet the needs of expecting mothers throughout the state.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 59 by Representative Estes, commending Coach Jamie White for his service to Haleyville High School.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 64 by Representative Oliver, commending Anita Haggerty on the occasion of her retirement as Tallapoosa County 9/11 Director.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution Number 63 by Representative Klaus, recognizing the Dale County School System for earning a 95 overall score on the state and federal annual report card.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk will now call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 330 by Representative Butler relating to Etowah County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 60 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Question now is final pass of HB 330. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 21 ayes, 0 nays. HB 330 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 331 by Representative Standridge relating to Blount County.
Question for the body is the. We got something wrong with the machines, Mr. Clerk. We got something that's not working. They said they're off now. Yeah, while the clerk's working on the machine, let's give the pro tem a point of personal privilege. Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I misread my announcement. Aaliyah Day is next Tuesday, February the 10th. Not this Thursday. It's Tuesday, February the 10th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in room 206. Thank you.
Thank you. We got some guests in the gallery. I'd also like to recognize the Alabama Association of School Boards and their advocates and all guests of all the members. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us here today. Thank you, guys. Also, we have with us today from the Hartsville City School System, Holly Sutherland, the superintendent, Dana McCutcheon, Daxton Mays, and Richie Nagel, board members. Let's give them the hand. And they are the guests of Leader Stathagen and Representative Mower. Thank you for being with us. Don't testify. Mr. Clerk, let's call the next bill up, please.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 308, a constitutional amendment by Representative Shiree relating to Mobile County.
Representative Shary.
Speaker, members, this is a bill that we've passed for several different counties. It would I'll be back.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 331 by Representative Standridge relating to Blount County.
Yeah, let's start over on this one. Make sure everybody gets their vote in. Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR on HB 331. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move we recess to the call of the chair.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are recessed. Everybody just listen up. As soon as they get the voting machine fixed, just be watching your phone. We'll send out a text message from both sides and make sure we get everybody back in. So just hang tight while these guys work on it for us. Thank you. While we're in recess, I think people are still in the upstairs. We got the guest Adrian Peterson with AARP Group, and they are the guest of Representative Lawrence. Let's give them a big hand for being with us. Thank you.
The House is now back in session. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Mr. Lovern.
Move to carry over HB 331.
Question for the body is that all say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. HB 331 is temporarily carried over.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 308, a constitutional amendment by Representative Shirey relating to Mobile County.
Move to carry over.
All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Bill's carried over.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 310, a constitutional amendment by Representative Crawford relating to Limestone County.
Move to carry over.
All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. HB 310 is carried over. Chair recognizes the gentleman for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
House Resolution number 75 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move for adoption.
All in favor of the adoption of the calendar say aye. All opposed? Calendar is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Clerk, call the first bill in the special order calendar.
On page 18 of the calendar, House Bill number 1 by Representative Boyd relating to motor vehicles.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyd of Calhoun.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I developed some patience. That's what I need, and I was able to sit there because I knew we would be where we are today. House Bill 1 has to do with an ignition interlock device. And what that is, that's a device that prevents a vehicle from starting until the driver passes a breath or lies the test. Excuse me, I've got a cold a little bit. Under current law, on the person's first DUI conviction, their driver's license is suspended for 90 days. And then they're allowed, but they are not required, to have that 90-day suspension stayed if they install the interlock device in their vehicle for 90 days. Now, if they elect to install an interlock device, it is required for 90 days, not just for the number of days remaining on the 90-day suspension. What this means is that the farther they get into their 90-day license suspensions, the less incentive there is to have that suspension stayed by installing the interlock device. Now, this can lead some people to try to wait it out, beat the system, avoid getting the interlock device, and often to drive despite their license being suspended. And excuse me for putting a personal preference in, that's what happened to the driver the accident that we had in May, and I'm really a living miracle to be standing here. So HB 1 would maintain the 90-day license suspension for the first DUI and mandate the installation of the interlock device for 6 months for 180 days. A call for the BIR, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ingram of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Boyd, it's a
Yes.
great bill. Thank you for bringing it. And it's just a godsend that you're here to talk about this bill. And I think God put you here for that reason.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Representative Mooney of Shelby.
Are you waiting on me? Oh,
Thank you, sir. Dr. Boyd, thank you so much. We worked together on EpiPen legislation a good few years ago. You know, I worked hard on this stuff previously. It's been sunsetted time-wise. Thank you so much for caring about our children and bringing this back. Children and families are what this bill is about, and trying to protect and make things better for them. I just so appreciate it. Thank you.
thank you.
Fully support
Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Boyd, I rise today to say thank you. But not only do I rise to say thank you, I rise to say you are a living testimony. And that you don't look like what you've been through. And what many people, that's worthy of y'all. And what many people don't know that are sitting in the galleries, that while doctors almost gave you up, you lost your son in the midst of this crisis. And to be able to come back into this house and not skip a beat and to champion this bill the way you have. I've been here 16 years with you through ups and downs, but I want to just simply say, you, in the words of Maya Angelou, make me proud to spell my name W-O-M-A-N.
Come
Thank
on.
you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Representative Tillman, if there's nobody else, will bring a friendly amendment. Oh, I got to adopt the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine, hopefully, and members will be able to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you so much. Representative Tillman will bring a friendly.
Chair recognizes Representative Tillman.
Thank you.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 1 by Representative Tillman.
Representative Tillman, please explain your amendment.
Thank you,
Fine.
Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. And Dr. Boyd, I just want to echo everything that our colleagues said. And I want to say thank you for bringing this legislation. But this amendment simply explains that if a person elects to install the interlock system into their car, into their vehicle, that the 90-day license can be stayed and can be suspended for that period of time.
Question for the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you. I move.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 1 is amended. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. HB 1 is amended passes. Congratulations,
Wow.
Ms. Boyd.
I did not know that.
clerk will open the machine for co-sponsors.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Is everybody co-sponsored? Clerk, lock the machine. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 165 by Representative Garrett relating to higher education.
Chair recognizes Representative Garrett of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would require annual reports by public institutions of higher education on the amount of state and federal funding received and expended each year. It would require a report that would contain the amount of state and federal appropriations by the legislature listed by source. It would require the institutions to develop and submit a plan for operating in the event of a 5% or 20% reduction of state or federal receipts. Provide the institutions send the reports to the Executive Budget Office. Provide they all be consolidated for submission to the legislature. It requires that the House Ways and Means Education and the Senate Finance and Taxation Education Committees conduct hearings on the report every even-numbered year as part of the legislative budget process hearings. This will take effect October 1, 2026. What we're aiming to do here is to let the higher institutions know what their plans would be if they see a 5% or 20% reduction in state or federal funding. So it's providing this information would be submitted to us, and we would be able to help. Hopefully, they would allow them to get in front of any potential problems they would have. But we wanted them to be proactive in identifying what their plans would be in the event they have a 5% or 20% reduction in funding. With that, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So I hear what you're saying. What has happened to require us to be at this point? It is my understanding when schools get federal grants, they understand what the guidelines are. They utilize the funds for those. And if they go away, whatever the activity or the funds were received for, that goes away as well. Have we had a situation where we had federal dollars that went away and then there were programs that were put in place using state dollars? Do we have information that gives us?
Well, I think we're all aware that there have been some discussions about the reduction of federal dollars in general across the board in various institutions, various areas. And we are looking for transparency to know how much federal money are received by these institutions and what would happen if you have a 5% or 20% reduction. So I'm not saying anything has happened yet, but there have been discussions about reduction in federal funding. And the fact is, as a state, we do receive a lot of federal dollars. Our institutions receive a lot of that. And certainly if federal funding were to diminish or decrease, the state would not be in a position to make all of that up. So it's really giving us more information and transparency and hopefully helping the institutions to come up with contingency plans should they see a modest or a drastic reduction in funding from the federal or the state.
Presently, do we know of any program that has received federal dollars and they've gone away?
I don't. No, I don't.
The Department of Education, let's talk about it going away. That impacts our public schools. Have we done a deep dive into that program?
Well, I think this is giving us information. If the same pot of money is moving from the federal to state control, that would not be something we'd be too concerned about. But if that pot that moves to the state is less, then we need to understand what that would impact. So this is trying to give us clarity and transparency on what that could be and what would happen if there was a reduction in those funds that these institutions are dependent upon. Right now, the community colleges provide a report similar to this.
Sure.
But we've basically repealed that and added this provision in to all higher ed institutions, including community colleges.
Right, because someone had said to me earlier that community colleges are taken out, but I said they are part of the report, though.
They're currently required to provide a report. We're removing that and saying we want you to join the other higher education institutions and provide this new information.
And so that was my next question. It is my understanding that the community colleges already provide this information.
They provide some information, not this specific information.
What is it that we're missing then from the community colleges that you'd like to be
I don't know
included?
the details, but we want everybody to give us this information in this format with the 5% and 20% analysis.
So we have this bill, as I understand it, includes.
I think the community colleges have to give us information as what they receive. I don't know that they're required to do the analysis of what would happen if they had a reduction of 5% and 20%.
I agree with that. Based on the information that I've seen, I don't know that has. But I think the key thing for me is that there is going to be an analysis that's provided from the universities and colleges, including community colleges, that if whatever the impact, 5% decrease in federal dollars will result in the loss of 1, 2, 3, or 4 faculty members or the program itself. Is there any plan with this information?
Any what? I'm sorry.
Are there any plans?
Well, that's what we want them to know is if you see the situation, what are your plans?
Okay. All right. And if they don't have a plan,
that will impact, I think, our budget. That's why we're meeting every other year with the budget chairs to basically, or the committees, to analyze that, to determine what our plans need to be. Because again, we would not be able to replace a 20% reduction in federal money, but what would we need to do in our budgeting to address whatever those needs are?
And I'm going to ask you while I'm here, and I'm going to continue to be on this, is that you're familiar with the Knight B. Sims plus the state of Alabama case that was brought with the higher education, HBCU schools. And during that time, one of the ruling was that there should not be any duplicate courses offered or programs offered at other universities, predominantly white universities, because it was mainly focused on Alabama A&M and Alabama State. I am thinking that we also need to be very conscious of those types of programs, duplicate programs that we're seeing. Let's say if Alabama State has engineering or Auburn has, do we need those two schools having those programs? If we're going to do a fair job in terms of what we're looking at and in terms of the dollars, I'm saying that we certainly need to take a look at that and the impact that it has and how much better our programs could or should be because of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Bracy of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, we were trying to, I think we got to the bottom of it kind of. We tried to talk briefly before we came up, and I'm thinking that the amendment may help fix some of this. So I serve on the Board of Trustees at ASU, and I'm the chair of the Finance Department. And I know we do a lot of audits. You know, we're already doing a lot of audits when it comes down to AIC, and you know, we're continuing to just make sure that we shore up our finances and that we're very transparent and we make sure that we have everything in line with what we need. What is it about this bill that what will be different from what we're already doing?
Well, we're not involved. We don't have that information. In other words, what you're doing independently as Alabama State may not be done elsewhere or may be done differently. What we're trying to say is we want to see this analysis so that we can determine what we would need to do to respond to any gaps, but also what would your contingency plans be if you saw a drastic reduction in financing or finances?
So when you say gaps, so I guess we're talking about two different things. You're saying that if we have a funding gap,
Yeah, if
we would need,
if you
we
lose-
would need the state to step in.
Well, if you lost 20% of your federal money, in other words, how much is that? We want to see how much federal, how much state you're getting, and by what's appropriated to you, and also just what those dollars are. And then, if you were to see a reduction in that funding, either from the state or the feds, of 5%, which is modest but would be severe, it's something you'd have to deal
Right.
with. 20% would be pretty drastic.
Right.
What would your plans be?
5% would be drastic for us.
5% would be for most,
Right.
but for 20% would be almost draconian. But what would your plans be? If that were to happen, and that just helps give us information that we can look across the board, and then helps us make sure that I think it puts us all with information that's useful for planning, but certainly from the budget's perspective, it will help us make decisions.
Okay. So once you get this information, will that make you kind of look at changing the calculations on what the state appropriations are when
Not
it comes down to
necessarily. It could, but I think it would also hope to give the universities a reality check about maybe what they need to be looking at, where their priorities need to be. So, I think it's just information that we would certainly, I think, find useful, but it doesn't. There's really no foregone conclusions. Just that we understand a lot of federal money comes into the state. We have state appropriations can be significant. What would happen if something causes either of those to decline? What would your plans be? What would our reaction be?
Okay. Now, with a lot of the HBCUs, we have a smaller staff than some of the PWIs, and by doing that, would this be something that would be like an extra requirement, or would this be something similar to what we're already doing when we do our audits? Like, we have an audit committee. Would this be something that's similar to what we're already doing, or would this be an extra? Well, I'm trying to make sure that we don't have an unfunded mandate that we're putting on our HBCUs.
The amendment that you're bringing basically addresses that, because every institution has audits, and those audits are different annual periods and different times. Initially, the bill as drafted required that the information submitted was audited. We've now, in the amendment that we're going to see a floor amendment in a few minutes, what that will do is basically say, just give us your most recent information that you have. So right now, if I went to you and said, can you tell me X, the university has an accounting system, and that information would be useful for this. At some point down the road, audit information is available, but we're not requiring audited information. This should not require any additional work on the universities, other than the fact internally you'd have to run that analysis of what would happen if you saw a 20% or a 5% reduction in your.
Okay, I understand. So to keep from getting ahead of ourselves, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to do is come back for the amendment, and I'm just going to yield the rest of my 5 minutes on the BRI. That way, we could just kind of focus in more on the amendment. Thank you.
Who has the amendment? I'm going to offer it. Floor amendment. Yeah. He's got it.
Mr. Garrett, you're further recognized for the amendment. Clerk will receive the amendment.
The clerk has the amendment.
Okay. Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted. The chair now further recognizes Mr. Garrett for an amendment.
So the floor amendment I have, again, the intent of this is to make it easier on the universities that they don't have to do additional work on the financials. They just provide the most recent financial statement data. Replace lines 126 through 129 on page 5 with the following: state receipts, state financial assistance received. Replace line 136 on page 5 with the following: provide an annual report to the Executive Budget Office on or before October 31 that, and then replace line 140 on page 5 with the following: preceding fiscal year separately listed by source and certified by the institution as being accurate based on the most recently available financial information. That's key. Replace lines 158 through 161 on page 6 with the following: The Alabama Community College System shall include, and then replace 164 on page 6 with the following: the Executive Budget Office shall prepare a. Again, this is just having that information presented based upon the most recently available financial information.
Chair recognizes Representative Bracy of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes,
sir. I want to come in support of the amendment. I want to thank you for bringing the amendment because I think the bill was going to be a very, very difficult piece of legislation for, our universities to be able to implement without this amendment. Right. And from being a person that represents a university and, chair the finance committee at that university, I think that this amendment, puts us in line with where we need to be. And I appreciate you for making this change because without it, it would be very, very difficult for us to be able to do our job. And I feel that it would be a big burden and unfunded mandate that would be placed on the universities without this amendment. So I support your amendment. And thank you for taking it and for having a conversation with me beforehand. Thank you.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Question for the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted.
Move for final passage as amended.
Question for the body. 65 is amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 yeas, no nays. HB 165 passes. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 79 of the calendar, on page 14 of the calendar, House Bill 79 by Representative Crawford relating to vessel registration.
Chair recognizes Representative Crawford of Limestone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that. HB 79 deals with the bill that we passed about 4 years ago. It was a reservoir maintenance grant bill that involved $5 for registration of boats. The way we set it up, the Coast Guard gives us about $660,000 in grants per year. They said because we had it set up that way, that we would not get any more grant money from the Coast Guard. So what this bill does is rearrange how that's done. It'll be combined into the certification of the boat each year, and then the finance department will then send it to the fund, and the Coast Guard is okay with that. There's not any increase of any, we're already paying it. It's just realigning how it's done. With that, I ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to substitute SB 35, the exact same bill already came through the Senate.
All in favor of substituting, say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR on SB 35.
Okay. Clerk will unlock the machine. The question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 35. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. SB 35 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body. Appreciate it.
Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 5 of the calendar, House Bill number 100 with substitute by Representative Brignac relating to the Alabama Justice Information Commission.
Chair recognizes Representative Brignac from everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, members, this is a bill for ALEA, and it basically has to do with information. At ALEA, when they make an arrest, they get certain biometric information. That's like fingerprints. It might be retina scans. It might be palm prints. but they get certain information from you when they make an arrest. So it deals with that biometric information, and then it also deals with background checks. Aaliyah does background checks for nonprofits, for agencies within the government, for anybody that's wanting and needing, any employer that's wanting or needing a background check in Alabama. They charge for this, and they have a new ability because of some money that we gave them from the legislature a few years ago. They created the computerized criminal history system. It's much more accurate, much more reliable. And so they now have a better way of holding all this data. And with this new program, this RAP back program, an employer that got a background check on a potential employee has the ability to subscribe with Aaliyah. And if they do subscribe to this RAP back program, they would follow this person's history. Anybody they do a background check on, if they have a recurring event, if they get a new DUI or something, Aaliyah would contact the employer, say, does this person still work for you? And if they say yes, and they're still subscribing to this, then they would go ahead and send them the information on them. So really it's just about background checks and what they're gonna get when they make an arrest, the fingerprints and all that. And there is an amendment. Do I do that after the BIR?
Let me get it. The chair recognizes Representative Jackson from Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Could you kind of explain what you're doing with this information system and background checks?
It's just, Aaliyah has done background checks for a long time. If an agency is hiring somebody and they need a background check, they can hire Aaliyah to do the background check. So Aaliyah then will just report to them. But say you're hiring a teacher for some school system, and they do a background check on that teacher on Friday. Then they decide to hire her on Monday, not knowing that on Saturday night she got a DUI because they were not given any updated information on a background check that they had done before.
So in other words, we're going to be monitoring people.
Well, if there is a new event, it would trigger, and they would be able to follow up.
And I'm looking at this two ways. It's good to know who you're hiring first and foremost,
Yes.
but then if you're gonna monitor my social life, that's a whole different issue.
Well,
I got a private life.
Yes, sir. This is primarily for people that would be care providers, teachers, ball coaches. That's who the people are going to be getting background checks for.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, I want safe people, my children in a safe environment in the classroom, on the court, on the field. But to monitor my private life is a little more than just background checks.
Well,
You have background checks before you hire people, but to monitor them, their social life, that's going beyond. You're interfering with my privacy now.
Well, when there's arrest, that's public history anyway. That's a public record. So it's not there's nobody following you. There's no PI on you or anything like that. It simply provides a way for an employer to have continued monitoring of that person's criminal history.
Where I went last night, and I went to the social club.
It would have no knowledge if you went to the social club.
I went on J Street in the Red District. I mean, I'm just asking the question now. All these things, good intention, but there are consequences.
Now, Representative, you just need to live right.
As they say, there's unintended consequences. I just wanted to bring it. Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
I recognize Representative Morris of Montgomery.
Hey there.
Thank you. With the gentleman here,
Yes, ma'am.
we had a long conversation about this bill, right?
Last year?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did. But my only question, I'm just going to be brief. If you have someone who was stopped and they just, like you said, they just did their background check Friday and Saturday they got stopped by the police and something happened. And then Monday, I guess the system will alert the employer. But what about the people that's found not guilty?
I guess it's only reporting their criminal history. So if that would depend on what they call the qualifying event, and a conviction is a qualifying event.
But if it's going to trigger
Conviction, only conviction. It's a monthly reporting anyway.
Okay, so with the background check, you said if it comes in on Friday
Yes, ma'am.
and then something occur on Monday, it's going to trigger it to let them know because they adopted into the system.
It would not trigger on Monday. It wouldn't report that fast, but on a monthly basis, they would review. And if there's been a triggering event during that month and that employer is subscribed to ALEA for the Wrap Back program, then they would contact the employer and say, hey, is so-and-so still employed by you? And if they said yes, then they would send that information. Now, this bill also contains criminal penalties if they mishandle that information. So, this is still keeping it private. It's only on a need-to-know basis, and everybody that's done a background check has consented to it. They have to
You
consent.
consented to the background check at that moment. You ain't consent to consistent.
That's right.
And is it mandatory for the company that's hiring you to let them know that I am in a program that's going to consistent watch your every move if something trigger in? Because my only thing is, if I come back on Monday and it triggers in and it reports, let's say it's the end of the month already, right? Because it's gonna be due at the first of the month. So let's say it's already at the end of the month. And just so happened, unfortunately for me, it's that time for reporting. But I haven't been to court. I haven't.
And it wouldn't be on there because you haven't been convicted.
So it's only gonna show up if you have been convicted, not if you received.
Not if you get pulled over.
Okay.
For a conviction.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Representative Bracy of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
So my question was along the line with where we were right there, and it appears that it's kind of changing. Initially, when you mentioned the bill, you said that if a person gets a background check on a Friday, get arrested on Saturday, it triggers some things, and now you're saying that it's based off of conviction. So which one is it? I'm trying to look in the bill to see, because I guess we're hearing two different things.
I think a triggering event. Hang on one second. All right, the system monitors criminal activity.
Okay.
So, on a DUI, I just got this from a note, okay?
Okay.
On DUI, et cetera, they must notify their employer in most cases within 48 hours.
If a person must notify their employer.
No. The system.
The system.
Wrap back.
So if a person gets a DUI, the system would notify their employer within 48 hours. What if a person decides that they don't want to blow? They're not going to blow. They're contesting the DUI. Like what does that do? And while we're looking that up, what type of employees are we talking about? Are we talking about state employees? Are we talking about private?
It can be public or private, nonprofit or whatever. This would be something that ALEA would be doing.
So ALEA is gonna start watching people just doing ongoing background checks on people throughout the lifetime of their employment?
Not necessarily. Now here's the deal.
If it's not necessarily, mean it may be a little bit then.
Well, if that employer continues to be subscribed to the Wrap Back program, as long as that employee is there working for the employer that is subscribed to the Rat Back program that they have to pay for, then yes, it would continue to update that employer of any criminal activity that that employee was involved in.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been unemployed looking for a job before? Or you been pretty steady?
I've been pretty steady.
Okay. Let me tell you about a hungry man that's unemployed looking for a job. I know you mentioned that a person will have to consent to this, but if a person's hungry to take care of their family and they're looking for a job and they've been turned down, and this body has put all of these extra requirements out there that you got to go through all these different training programs. You got to go and sign up at the unemployment office to prove that you're looking for a job. You're going to take the first thing smoking, and you're going to probably sign something that ordinarily under different conditions you would not sign, because if I'm unemployed and my little girl is hungry, then I'm going to sign a consent form saying that you can search my background every day, if possible, to give me the opportunity to get a job to take care of my family.
Rat Back program is only available for those employers that have public trust, et cetera, like care providers, teachers, daycare workers. So in order to be in the Rat Back program, they have to have a public trust need to be in the Rat Back program.
So who defines the public trust need? Because it sounds like we're targeting. It sounds like this is targeting employees that work with children. Is that the case, or is this targeting public employees?
It could be other people. It could be children. It could be whatever. But it's not targeting those that do that kind of work. What it's doing is trying to protect. It's giving a way to protect the kids from somebody that may
Somebody that got a
involved in criminal
DUI?
activity.
Because if they got a DUI on the weekend, I'm sure they're not watching the kids.
What if they got a felony for sodomy?
So that's a totally different situation.
Well, that's a criminal activity that would be reported on this, that the employer otherwise may not know.
Right, but if a person has a felony for sodomy, that's something that we would think would automatically, okay. If a person gets convicted of sodomy, they will be terminated. It's no way for you to hide that conviction. It's no way if a person works for me and they get arrested for sodomy, I may not know at that moment, but as soon as they go to trial and get convicted for sodomy, I'm gonna know, and then it's gonna be left up to me to determine if they because they're probably not gonna meet the qualifications to continue in that job anyway. So
this is only for convictions, and it would be the FBI rules. See, the FBI has this Rat Back program, and if they do a background check through the FBI, I think they have the same kind of thing. This would allow Aaliyah to do that. The FBI rules actually dictate and define what the public trust categories are.
So, is Aaliyah already doing this?
Sir?
These background checks, are Aaliyah already doing this?
We've been doing that for years, yes.
Where about?
Aaliyah.
Like I live in Mobile County. Where would I go to get a background check from
You
Aaliyah?
would contact Aaliyah and say, hey, I need a background check on this person.
So I wouldn't contact my local police department?
No.
But that's what we do. We get our background checks at our local. So what would this? So we pay a fee to get our background checks, right?
Yes.
So what would this mean for our local police departments if Aaliyah is all of a sudden gonna not only start doing background checks, but they're doing background checks forever?
Aaliyah would be the ones that would be doing the background check for your police officers.
So no, I'm talking about. So for instance, I volunteer with 100 Black Men. If I volunteer to go to the school, I go to the local police department and get my background check.
And then that police department is going to then tap into the Aaliyah system.
Correct. But who do I pay for my background check?
Ultimately, it goes to Aaliyah.
No, I pay the local police department. I pay my fee. I pay my fee to the local PD. So with this take away resources from the local police department. And I know every police department can't do background checks. Right. Because I know I have some police departments that's not able to do those. But is this another bill that's going to take away resources from the local police departments? I know we passed the pistol permit bill that took away resources from the sheriffs.
Right.
Or is this going to take away resources from the local police department having the opportunity to do the background checks?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
I don't know so, but I don't believe so.
Okay. Where in the bill would it tell me what type of employees would have to undergo this level of scrutiny that throughout their entire duration of employment, they would have to be subject to this level of background checks anytime that anything may happen? Where do we find that list of?
That wouldn't be in here with that kind of employees, but it would be the kind of agency that would be requesting to be in the RATBAC program.
Where will we find that in this bill? Because you mentioned daycares, teachers.
Those have the public trust issue because they're care providers.
But where would it be in here? RATBAC, FBI, identity, systems.
All right, starting on line 149.
Okay, I'm at 149. Let's go.
That's where the RATBAC system starts. So you can start reading through there. Any agency or entity that subscribes to, accesses, or views any ALEA information system or service provided under the authority of this.
149 on page 6.
That's on page 6. I was down at user agency, line 157.
157.
And now down to line 161.
No, all of those lines are struck out.
Not on.
Those lines are struck out. So those lines are not a part of this bill.
Hang on.
When the substitute came in, all of that was removed. All of that language was removed. And the existing $25 fee was removed, which is the $25 fee, I guess, that we would pay to our local police department.
It's now 30.
Oh, it went up to 30. I guess it's 30 because it's doing more than one. So it's a little bit more expensive since we're going to continue. The commission may direct. I still don't see what employees that we're talking about. Now, I know I only have like 20 seconds left. I guess I can sit and read it. Sound like a bill y'all might want to pass pretty fast, so I may have to come back. Public trust, I don't get what employees we're targeting. I'm just not clear on that, and maybe I can get some clarity on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 74 yeas, 13 nays. The BIR is adopted. Mr. Yarwood, do you want to speak on the amendment? Bill? Representative Hendricks, do you want to speak on the amendment? Bill? Question for the body's adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 68 yeas, 11 nays. The substitute's adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Yarborough of Morgan.
Thank you for the recognition. I know I called you earlier, and I just voted no there just because I have a question, and I wanted to get an answer on it, and so I wasn't sure. So what I'm not clear on is on lines 218 to lines 231.
Okay, I apparently have an old version of the bill. Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
What line?
Lines 218 to 231. It has to do when an individual is detained or taken into custody as a fugitive from justice. So the agency with custody over the individual may obtain this biometric data.
That's with the fugitive. Only the fugitive is a may. If they arrest, it's a shall.
Right. So my question is, so let's just say and this is just I had to get clear in my mind. So let's say they arrest, but the person's it says here later down that if the person basically is cleared, right, that they've got 30 days to get this data removed. So could there be a scenario where someone is arrested over the weekend, right? This data is collected and reported to ALEA, right? But they're actually innocent. And then on Monday, their employer gets a notification.
Convictions are reported.
So convictions are recorded, right? But I'm saying, is it possible that in that interim, when they've been arrested, that their employer gets a notification of this?
Convictions are reported. Not
Only convictions are reported.
correct.
Okay, and that's just where can you point to me where that is in this bill?
You're mixing two different things.
Okay.
The requirement to get biometric identifiers is one thing. That's the first half of this bill.
Sure.
Then the backtrack program, it has to do with background checks unrelated to the requirement to obtain biometric.
Right. No, I'm clear on that now. But my question is, what in the process triggers the notification to the employer?
A conviction.
And would you show me where that is in the bill?
Okay. Line 409.
409. Okay.
That's talking about the notification.
Yeah, that just says that. That doesn't say what triggers it, I guess.
I mean, the triggering event would be a conviction. I mean, once you're convicted, then it would be they would be notified. So there is, I mean, I don't understand your question.
Well, so again, my question is back on the lines that I mentioned. It just says that if they're cleared, that they've got 30 days to get rid of that data. But there's a time frame in there when they're obviously
Clear means there's no conviction. Get it cleared means there was not a conviction. It was a not guilty.
right. But it says ALEA can then remove the data, so that they've already got the data. And my question is, by them taking that data and putting it into their system, does that trigger a notification to the employer?
Two different things. Two different things.
I just was one. If I could, is there where I can see that in the bill?
Yes. I'm trying to, well, it's gathering information is in the first part of the bill about the biometric information
Yes.
that they gather and under what conditions they gather. The RATBAC program is something totally different, dealing with background checks and continuing to follow those that received a background check if they subscribe. And only if they're in that program, then the employer would be notified of a conviction beyond that.
Right. No, that makes total sense to me.
Okay, good.
I just want to know where that is in the law so I can see that in terms of what triggers the notification.
Line 409. Where it's talking about the RATBAC system.
Because obviously what we're trying to avoid is a situation where someone's charged but they're innocent, but then they lose their job.
No. If they're charged with something, that is not a reportable event. That's what I keep saying. It's got to be a conviction. You got to the end of the case, and then you're convicted.
Right. No,
then that's a reportable event.
no, I hear you and I believe you. I'm just wanting to see where that was here in this system. That makes total sense.
Hang on.
It says 409, Aaliyah shall ensure that notification is made to the participating entity that enrolls an individual in the Alabama Rat Back program when an FBI Rat Back report notification is received. So the information contained in the notification shall be used. Right. So I guess the question is, what triggers the FBI Rat Back report notification that the Alabama Rat Back program receives, which then they send it out to the subscribed employer?
A conviction.
Right. And I believe you. I just was trying to see where that is in the bill. Or is that as the FBI Rat Back report notification, what fires that? Is that defined somewhere else?
I guess the FBI Rat Back notification, they have their own rules and all that for the FBI, but they report that to Aaliyah, which would have the ability to report that conviction to the subscribing employer.
Right. No, and I believe you. I'm just trying to find it in the bill. I mean, or would that, just for clarity, would that need to be, an amendment that they send it out on the basis of a conviction? I mean, if it's here and I'm missing it, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, all right. As part of the Alabama all right, go back to 379.
379. Okay.
As part of the Alabama Background Check Service, Aaliyah may establish the Alabama Rat Back program. If established, Aaliyah shall participate in the FBI's Next Generation Identification Rat Back service. So if we set up the Alabama Rat Back service program, then we would join.
It says
the
including
FBI's
but not limited to being arrested for convicted of it. So it's not just being convicted. It is if you're arrested.
That does say arrested for or convicted of an offense. Now, the information I got from upstairs was it was for conviction, but go ahead.
Would it be okay to amend that, where it's just for conviction of an offense? I'm just concerned that, because we obviously we all believe in innocent until proven guilty, and if he or she's not guilty of it.
I mean, if this is for people that are dealing with the public and they're in a public trust situation where they're care providers for children or vulnerable, then it may be something that would rise to the level that you would need to be notified of an arrest, because it may be 2 years before there is a conviction.
Currently, when you do a background check, does that only show convictions? Just in general.
Hang on. I may have an answer.
And then I'll be, if you just,
right.
I'll be done.
Hang on. Civil background checks only show convictions. So civil background checks, the bill doesn't say that they lose their job, but they do need to notify the employer.
If they're convicted.
So some arrest will be triggered based on the criteria of their employer. Civil background checks only show convictions.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Representative Hendricks of Jefferson.
Now hey, I'll go. I'm okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Question real quick. I guess I'm just trying to understand what problem or problems that Aaliyah are trying to solve with this bill.
There's not a problem. They're trying to take advantage of being able to establish a Rat Back program.
The who program?
Rat Back.
And what is it again?
That's the being able to have a continuing background check system for people that get their background checks from Aaliyah. If it's an agency, if the agency subscribes to a Rat Back program that we established in this bill, then if that person that had the background check that they consented to before they got their job or whatever, before the background check, they consented to have their background check done. Then if there is, say they're hired, they work for 10 years, if the employer continues to subscribe to the RATBAC program during that whole time, and that employee then gets convicted of a crime, they would contact the employer and say, "Is this guy still working for you?" And if they say yes, then they say they send them the new event that happened.
So let me ask you this: what if, I guess, what if the data was put in the system incorrect? So what happens then? Because it happens all the time. Like seriously,
I can understand.
Like you
things
talking
might-
about within
things might
24
happen.
hours, you putting information into the system.
It does have in here that it's a crime if they disseminate the information to the wrong people or erroneously. So there is in here there is a misdemeanor crime. I believe it's a misdemeanor. Let's go back. For giving out information or mishandling that information. An individual commits the crime of misuse of background check report if he or she does any of the following. And that is knowingly receives, disseminates, or otherwise uses a background check contrary to the purpose allowed by this article or otherwise allowed in law, performs a background check on an individual without first receiving a release when required from the subject of the report, willfully uses information submitted to the Alabama RATBAC program for purposes not authorized in this article with the intent to harass or intimidate another individual, or misuse of a background check report is a Class B misdemeanor.
And that's the people, that's the agency, or the person that's doing the background check. They would be subject to a Class A misdemeanor.
Yes.
This gonna be interesting, man. Cause I'm telling you, it's a lot of times people put information into the system, and it's a process. Like it takes a while because the reports have to be approved. Then they got to go to the supervisor. Then they got to go to the data entry and property room. Then it has to be approved. Then they got to be merged. You see what I'm saying? So it's a process, and that's a lot. That's a lot, and it happens a lot. So I guess in this particular bill as well, what is some of the key provisions in this bill that I need to pay attention to? Because I didn't get a chance to read it. Like, what are some key provisions in this bill that I need to pay
If
attention
you make an arrest, you shall gather certain biometric identifiers on the person.
Like what?
So when you make an arrest, you've got to get fingerprints, photos, palm prints.
So we got to
iris scans.
I got to get fingerprints.
You got to get, if there's an arrest, the agency shall obtain biometric identifiers. Doesn't have to be all those, but it could be any of those.
Man. Hey.
And if you find a corpse, if you find somebody laying out dead, you've got to get biometric identifiers.
So is that required?
Mm-hmm. In this it is.
You got to have one of those.
Yep.
Fingerprints and what else?
Fingerprints, photos, palm prints, iris scans, retinal scans. I mean, it can be a lot of things, but those kind of biometric, you don't have to do them all, but y'all must get some biometric identifiers.
I don't know.
When you make the arrest.
I don't know.
Y'all do the fingerprints already all the time.
I don't know.
Y'all get a photo of them.
I mean, yeah.
And as technology increases, y'all may scan eyes and y'all may do all kinds of stuff.
So when biometric, when they collect this data, just say they got this data.
You want to know who you're dealing with, right?
Right. So
so the next time that person gets arrested, you want to know who you're dealing with again, right?
Right.
So Aaliyah now has the ability, because of the computerized criminal history system, to do that more reliably and more accurately, and they can hold more information. So now y'all have to gather this information, and they're building this database that will be able to assist you in the field.
So let me ask you this: who else beside Aaliyah will have this information?
Nobody.
So Aaliyah is the only.
Maybe FBI. I don't know if they give their stuff to. I don't know that. But as far as Aaliyah,
I don't know about that one. Look it up. I don't know about that one.
This is an Aaliyah bill.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Jones of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I just have just a few questions. On the part of the present law that's being repealed, what are we now not doing that we were doing? Or what are we allowing that we did not allow before?
I think one thing is we're requiring the gathering of that information.
Okay.
It's a shall. Gather that information upon arrest and upon finding a corpse. And this clears the way for them to have it creates the new Rat Back program to have the continuing ability to report certain items, certain events that happen on a person that's volunteered to a background check with ALEA.
What do you foresee that time period of reporting being?
As long as the agency or the employer subscribes to that. This is something that they would have to subscribe to monthly.
Okay, so as they subscribe to this, is there any time period in which they have to get the data? Because, and I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this. If someone is charged, they're not guilty just because they're charged. For that process to work through the point where adjudication is taking place, sometimes that's quite a lengthy process.
Several years sometimes.
So, but some employers would use the arrest itself
If it's a civil, if it's not a public agency, then they only report conviction. So that would be at the end of the years long, prosecution. If it's a civil, business, not a state agency, not a city or whatever, then it would only be convictions.
Okay, I heard things like DUI used, and that might
Now,
be the case.
if you're a police officer and they had done a background check on you to hire you as a police officer and you got a DUI or some other kind of triggering event, and you work for the state or you work for the city or whatever, it's a non-civil employer, then the event itself, the arrest, would be reported.
Okay, and if you're just a private citizen that works at a company,
Then that's not reported unless it's a conviction.
okay. Does ALEA have the capability to do this?
Yes, sir, because this body gave them some money a few years ago to start this computerized criminal history system, and that has made all this possible. Our investment in ALEA has given them the ability to now retain all this additional information.
And it's given them the ability to contact all these employers?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't think they're gonna have to contract any of that out?
It says in the bill that ALEA can subcontract the background checks themselves. Now, they're going to be the host of the information. They're going to hold that. But it does give them permission to subcontract to do the background checks themselves.
But do we have any financial impact on this?
ALEA, I mean, it had a financial statement there, financial note that said that ALEA could make money off of this. I mean, it could result in them making a little more money.
Okay. So this service is not available now?
ALEA has been doing background checks for a long time. I don't know how long, but a long, long time. But the ability to have the program that can continue to monitor and have a triggering event, that Rat Back program, we don't have that.
Yeah. And they can make money on it?
Yes, sir.
I've been in government a long time. I have seen many programs that make money for the government. But, I'm really concerned about the process and how the process would work. Because someone being arrested for something, it could be months, even a year, before it even go to trial for adjudication. So I'm wondering, what effect would it have on that person?
If they work for a civil company, for a non-state entity or non-governmental entity, only thing they're going to get there is a conviction would be reported. Now, if they work for DHR and they get arrested for child abuse, that's something that would be reported.
But if they don't work for DHR, if they work for a private contractor,
for a private company, it's only reports convictions, only convictions. Now, in order to even be in this program itself, according to the FBI definition, it has to be an employer of public trust. So they have to be a care provider, a baseball coach, a daycare worker, a nursing home worker, perhaps. Somebody that's in a level of public trust, the ability to damage someone, harm someone because they're in your care.
That's pretty broad. The position of public trust is pretty broad.
But if it's a private company, it would only be convictions that are reported back to them if they subscribe.
So not arrest, convictions.
Convictions, correct. Not arrest for a private company.
That's clearly outlined.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I needed. I just wanted to know how we were going to accomplish this. Been in my experience, the process of getting data has not been one that we've been very proficient in, especially in the criminal justice system.
I understand.
And I'm just concerned about how that would affect people who may get pulled over for something. They go to court, they were found innocent, and they don't have a job anymore.
Well, if it's a private company, that never gets reported. So,
all right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative,
Yes, ma'am.
I still did not get the clarity on what triggered a person that had been arrested, their employee being notified.
Okay. If the employer is a state agency, not a private civil agency or business,
So for this organization, it's only for a state
no, ma'am.
facility, a private company couldn't?
Anybody, all right, any employer that was wanting these background checks and going to hire to get it done can participate in the Rat Back program.
Right.
They would have
okay.
to subscribe and do that. But if it is a private entity, a civil company, then only convictions are reported back to them,
Not the arrest.
not the arrest.
But if it's a state agency,
then it,
so why
then it
would
can be the arrest.
What would be the rationale? Because the person still could lose their job, and it could be a situation that when they get to court, they're found innocent,
Yes, ma'am.
but they've already lost their job.
All right. I would think that that's exactly the kind of thing that they're looking to protect, because these are people that would be in
Well,
public
how you
trust.
going to protect them if?
No, they're looking to protect children and older people and people that are subject to these people. So
What people you're talking about?
say this is a daycare worker. Say this is a DHR employee.
So these are the people you're talking about, but the state hire a lot of people doing a lot of things.
I'm
And you
saying
said if they were, so
if
these you're only looking to protect a special group of people that work with children?
No, ma'am. They have to be in positions of public trust, which means that they are in a position of, I guess, caring for people. They'd be
I
care
would think
providers,
most legitimate
elderly.
businesses, the people ought to be in a position of public trust. But if you're saying that you're trying to protect underage children from a group of people, but I don't see anything like that spelled out in your bill.
It's the public trust. All right. If you're in a position of public trust, that means you are doing something where you need to protect whatever they're doing from.
But in it,
like a baseball coach, like a teacher, like a daycare worker.
but it doesn't. Public trust goes beyond just people underage.
Like who? Oh, well, not underage. It could be it could be nursing home worker.
Yeah, it could.
I mean, so I'm not saying that, but the reason that
But if I'm in a job of public trust, that means that whatever I do and whomever I'm working with, I ought to be a trustworthy person, where my word and my actions is my bond.
yes, ma'am.
But it doesn't spell out in your bill specifically that you're looking at seniors that might be vulnerable or people who are underage.
the ones that can participate in the Wrap Back program
Okay.
are employers that are in that public trust realm.
Maybe we need to redefine that.
Well,
Because public trust, I mean, some people are good at redefining words. Because when you talk about public trust, it don't just stop at an underage child or a senior.
well, no, it doesn't.
Especially
and that's why
but it's
that
what I'm
employer would be
saying.
able to qualify.
That's what you're looking to protect them, but it doesn't define that in your bill.
It says that
So that's-
there's a certain, they've got to have a position of public trust.
But public trust, I think y'all trying to redefine public trust. And since the people from Aaliyah up there, they ought to text you a new definition.
It's the FBI definition of it. It's what I'm
Well, then that's why I'm saying they need to send you a new definition.
Because the FBI
Because trust, we ought to have the public's trust.
we do.
Don't you think so?
If we establish this Wrap Back system, then what we're doing is we're tapping into the FBI Wrap Back
And
system.
so the FBI Wrap Back program is only for children under age or seniors?
It's for, as I understand it, employers that are in the realm of public trust, meaning it's care providers, teachers, nurses, people that are
But
providing.
public trust go beyond that.
Well,
Like I said, we ought to be in the realm of public trust.
it may not be a bricklayer, it may not be a whatever, but this is something that
I think it's such a broad definition for the term that I think that's what's causing some level of confusion. You know, elected officials and lawmakers are good at changing the meanings of words. You gave him a new definition for public trust, even though you owe my time.
No.
Mr. Representative? Okay. I wonder why he's doing that. Did the message that he gave you have anything to do with public trust? To give us a better definition? Because I would, and I'm not an attorney or nothing like this, but to say that a person that's in a position of public trust is who you're talking about, but that definition can go beyond the people that you have defined. I think my only concern is that maybe we should have spelled it out a little clearer, because when you're talking about being able to notify a person's employer just because they've been arrested, and if they working in a position of public trust, there are a lot of positions that ought to come under public trust, including ours. And we're not working with, well, we got some seniors in here, but we're not necessarily working with young people, but we ought to, all of us are in a position of public trust. We hope the public can trust us a little bit, And I think that's my concern, is that it's not spelled out like that. And to say that, then at which point do we reach a brick wall that just won't be sufficient enough for us to go forward when you're talking about conviction of a person for committing some type of crime?
Well, again, the convictions would be reported to an agency, or the convictions would also be reported to a private.
But you're
employer.
saying also with the arrest, if they work
for the government.
If they work for the government. And I wouldn't want somebody to lose their job, and then once they go to court, they are found innocent.
I guess there's a flip to that too. Wouldn't you want to make sure that if there's been an arrest
Everything
made-
has a flip to it, but I'm talking about the innocent.
Well,
We can always talk about the thug and throw the thug in with the innocent. But when the innocent have to suffer, and it takes them a long time to regain their good name and their good character after that. And it's got to be a way that we separate the two, you see, because some people just gonna do things that's wrong anyway. But I don't think the innocent should always be thrown in with the person that's really going to commit the crime. And we do that too much.
Right.
And we change people's lives just by doing that. And I think if within the bill, if it was better defined about who we're talking about, even if they are working for the government, that we better define what it is, it might help us prevent from someone losing their job, and by the time they get to court, they are innocent. And 9 times out of 10, when they go back, they're not going to get that job back. So that's my biggest concern. It's something that
Don't you see, mostly in agencies, that something happens, they'll be put on probation while the investigation is conducted?
what I experienced working for the government, they gonna send you to the house. And once I've had that with my coworkers, being accused of hitting somebody. Then they got sent home and then fired. Then by the time the case got to court, and the person who filed the complaint, turned out that person was lying. Well, when that person came back, the federal government didn't rehire them. Their life was just messed up after that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I'm saying when you're just arrested,
Yes, ma'am.
we got to have some more defined. What is this? What type of job specifically you're talking about, and what can we put in there fail safe for people who are really innocent? You know who the thugs are on your job, and the ones that's most likely to be convicted of something.
Time has expired.
Already? Can you give me 10 more?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to carry this over for the call of the chair.
All in favor, say aye. Is that a what? Carry over. All in favor, say aye. Ayes have it. Bill's carried over. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 178 with substitute by Representative Garrett relating to education.
Chair recognizes Representative Garrett of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been talking for some time about the number of school districts we have in the state. We have 67 counties, 139 school districts. There is no vehicle or mechanism now for city school districts to combine into one school district. What this bill would do would be to allow two cities who are contiguous to, at their choosing, form one combined school district. The original bill that was introduced misstated that it would allow them to combine schools. The substitute that I hope we'll adopt will actually allow the systems to combine into one school district. So I move for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Move for adoption of the sub. And
Please,
again,
please explain the sub.
Yeah, and the sub addition. The initial bill drafted was allowing for two systems to combine schools. The sub allows the systems to combine under one board.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison. Do you want to speak on the substitute? Okay, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to make sure I understood what you said. The process for 2 or more city school boards can form a consolidated school system.
That's right.
So in Huntsville, we have Huntsville City Schools. So that system is by itself. But if you go out to Madison, you have like Madison City, and then you have Madison County. Are you including those as part of the system?
Right now, a city system and a county system can combine.
They can combine
Right now,
presently.
the
The law allows
a
that.
city system can go into a county system.
Okay.
Okay. But what this would allow would be for not at least two, for cities that are contiguous to combine school districts. So in your example, I don't know if they're contiguous or not.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. So 2 cities can build the system together.
Right.
Presently, the county can put, a city school could go under a county.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I missed the reason for these mergers.
So right now, you may have situations, I'm aware of several around the state, where you have cities that are operating separate systems, they're contiguous, which means they're also having separate overhead, they have separate, all of that. So when we allocate money and we spread it among those systems, a lot of that doesn't end in the classrooms. This would give the opportunity for 2 or more systems to combine to have a stronger, maybe potentially stronger system, but also have dollars maybe to be used more efficiently across and more into the classroom.
And now we probably looking somewhere in the future where we're going to be looking at fewer dollars and cents to be able, and if somewhere in the future, we'll probably be looking at fewer dollars and cents to support all of these small school districts. Went from 120 districts up to where we got 130 or something.
139.
39.
Yeah.
Now I know when some of those districts wanted to form, we argued against them, and they didn't. And in some cases, if you had a district, you might have had for elementary, middle school, high school, you might have had a grand total of 300 and some students.
Right.
Yet the state allowed them to form a school district with 3 schools and none of them with enough students to justify the overhead. So I can understand that, but I missed that point because I know right now in Jefferson County, we have a few systems that ought to be merged for that situation. And if you did that, they will come up, like you said, a stronger system, being able to provide a better curriculum and activities for the students. But let me ask you this, and I know this is with public schools. What about, I was looking at some of your private schools too that now are having problems, and I know the question that's probably gonna come to us is about their athletic programs and how they can filter, since some of them don't have enough students to do football, basketball, and such, that it might be a possibility that they're gonna encourage those private schools and charter schools to be a part of the public school athletic program.
Yeah,
So
that's unrelated to this.
it's related because I'm saying these schools are merging because they really don't have the number of students to justify the state part of the overhead.
Right.
And with our public and our charter schools and our private schools, we have monies under different programs that go into them. But I saw on the news that with some of those programs, that because they might not have sufficient number of students to participate athletically, that they might at some point be coming to us to see how we can merge the athletic program of a charter or a private school into the program of a public school. So it's similar.
That's not the motivation behind this legislation.
I know it's not. I'm putting it on the table. You got to listen at me. You standing there like you paying me some attention.
I'm paying you attention.
Yeah, it's just that I've seen that recently in the news.
Yeah.
Why, and it comes under pretty much the same justification that you don't have enough students, and being realistic, people are having fewer and fewer students. But I do know we got some systems that right today need to be looked at for that particular reason. But I need the clarification as to why you were looking at merging these school districts, because when they started with population, when they started closing our schools down in Birmingham quite some time ago, at the same time, say our school had 350 students and they would close it. We have smaller school districts that had 150 and the state didn't close them. So now we see a situation where we need to close those too. Somebody asked the question, would you ever get into a situation with a county and a city school having to merge?
Well, right now in the current law, a city can go into a county system.
Yeah, but would you, right now, but
Right
do
now
you
they
see
can.
that situation where that might come up at some point?
Possibly. I think education, the education model is changing.
Right.
The consumer demand is changing, all of that. So I'm not sure. This gives us flexibility, though, I think, to do something that could be a
At
good
least
thing.
within systems.
Right.
Two systems, city systems coming together, but not necessarily a county system into a city system. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
What's up, man? Danny Day. My friend got all the bills today. So this is for, so the funny thing is, I can remember when a lot of these school systems started to take shape. And I can remember when they came with the legislation saying that, you know, the school systems had to be financially stable, had to kind of prove the financial stability to be able to start the school systems. And I know some systems are struggling. I'm paying close attention to this because I have 4 school systems in my district. You know, I have Mobile County, the city of Chickasaw, city of Saraland, and city of Satsuma, all in my district. So, for instance, you have 2 smaller systems, Chickasaw and Satsuma, which are not contiguous, which Saraland is in between, which is a small system, but appears to be doing very, very well. Those systems, would they just have to be absorbed by the city of Mobile County system,
That
or
would be an
Saraland
option. If
system?
they're contiguous, yeah, that'd be an option.
So contiguous at whatever point that the land touches.
Right.
So, and this will be done by a referendum, correct?
Yeah, so there'd be a referendum. The 2 school boards would decide, adopt a resolution. And then if 25% of I think it says active, 25% of the qualified electorate within 30 days of a formal resolution can petition that they're against this. So if 25% of the electorate say, we don't want to do this, then this goes to a referendum where the people in those cities would vote. Now, I have a floor amendment. The bill as instructed says that the county would vote, but it actually is just those cities affected would vote.
And that's what your amendment does?
That's what the amendment does, just leaves us to the vote of the people in the cities.
Okay, I got you. So today's been, so the bills you've been bringing today have been tough, but your amendments have been great,
That's
right?
you know,
So,
sometimes
so it's
it takes
like,
me a few-
man, like
I take a few swing at the bat sometimes, you know.
you swinging for the fence. It's like you hitting it on the 3rd strike.
That's right.
Every time. Now I feel better about it. And I guess I need to just sit and be patient, or either just catch you beforehand and say, well, what all amendments do you have? Because the amendments make me feel better.
Yeah, I have one amendment that just basically says that it be qualified electors residing in the combined territory wherein all affected city school systems are located.
Bet. So, you know, like I know, let's just say, what city are you from now?
Trussville.
Trussville. And I live in Saraland. So, let's say the school board is made up of 5 people, because it's always going to be an odd number, right?
Right.
We decide we're going to combine. Now, I have my superintendent, you have your superintendent, you have 5, I have 5. How are we going to determine?
They have to work that out. The bill doesn't.
But you know, like I know, nobody wants to give up
Well,
the majority. So you're talking about how are we going to decide if I'm going to get 2 and you get 3, or you going to get 3 or 2 and I get 3? Like, how are we going to make that decision? Because at the end of the day, I think I want more.
well, I don't know. I think there's some complications. You got millage rates. You got different things. It does say in here that there would be some direction at the state level or some assistance at the state level on some of this. But all this would do would be open up that possibility. And if systems can work it out, then they can combine into one strong system.
But if they can't work it out, then
yeah. But for example, I'm aware of some smaller systems near a large system that the logical thing would be to just go into that large system, and have representation. But that's something they would have to work out. But
yeah, because I could see, like, if Mobile County absorbed one of the smaller systems,
Mobile
I could
City,
see it.
Mobile City.
One of the smaller city systems, like in my district, I could see that being an issue on board placement.
Well, right now a city can go into a county,
right,
under current law. But there's no vehicle for cities to combine. So this would allow a smaller to go to a larger, or 2 similar size to go, or 2 financially troubled to go together into a larger. I mean, it just opens up possibilities to have more efficient model and spread those dollars in a more effective way.
Okay. Now, what does this do for, because of course people always, in the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of talk about sports. How does this relate to sports? I mean, we have people split in. You got 2 different kinds of championships, public and private.
I guess if you have 2 systems, they combine, there'll be a larger system that may change their classification, possibly.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. All right. So, in only the cities impacted by this will be the ones to vote on.
That's right. That's the amendment. That's what the
That's
amendment
what the
says.
amendment is doing.
Right.
So it wouldn't be a countywide vote, wouldn't be a statewide vote.
No.
They'll have to kind of have everything worked out before they present it to the citizens.
Right.
Okay. All right. Not a bad idea. All right.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you, man.
Appreciate it.
Question for the body is adoption of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Mr. Speaker,
This. We adopted the sub. Okay. We
102 yeses, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm looking at the clerk. I believe that we just adopted the sub. Is that right?
Substitute, okay.
Yeah. So now I have the amendment, and what the amendment does is just make sure that if there's a referendum required, that only the citizens of the cities affected will vote on that referendum.
Clerk, see the amendment.
amendment to House Bill number 178 by Representative Garrett.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the minute. Representative Thatcher, do you want to speak on the amendment or the bill? Okay. Question for the body's adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Thatcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Quick question. I'm just making sure the decisions to merge come specifically from those 2 school boards.
That's right.
Not from any other external power, right?
That's correct.
So those school boards still have their sovereignty and their autonomy, and they make those decisions for their own school school systems.
That's correct.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body is passage of HB 178 as substitute and amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 178 is passed as substitute and amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank
Thank
you.
the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 192 with substitute by Representative Faulkner relating to criminal law.
President Faulkner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, under existing law, an individual is justified in using physical force upon another in order to defend himself or herself, or a third party from what the acting individual reasonably believes to be the use of imminent use of unlawful physical force by another. Existing law also provides specified circumstances where an individual may use deadly physical force against another. This bill would provide that in such instances when an individual claims self-defense, if the defendant concealed, altered, destroyed, or otherwise disposed of a weapon used in the commission of physical force or deadly physical force, other than voluntarily providing the weapon to law enforcement, there is a presumption the defendant's use of force was not justified. So it is if you do not have the weapon that you used in committing a violent act against another, there's a rebuttable presumption that you did not use that weapon in self-defense. But you can overcome that presumption based on the circumstances and make those before the judge. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Henry, Representative Ream.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Faulkner, the one question I have, say you're in a situation that you can't even really think about. You protect yourself justifiably, and that weapon, it could be some of the craziness we see in Minneapolis, Antifa, whatever, you defend yourself, next thing you know, you're in a scuffle, and the weapon is either taken from you or gets lost. Is there a provision for a situation like that?
Absolutely. So if you do not have the weapon, all you have to do is present those circumstances to the judge and make that known why you don't have the weapon. And then the presumption can be overcome.
And that's in that preliminary type hearing?
It can be, or it can be during trial.
Okay.
So it can be at your stand your ground hearing. It can be during trial. Whenever that is raised, if you're claiming self-defense, then, we want to see the weapon that you used. There's a lot of reasons to wanting to have the weapon. And so if you don't have it, then you just explain the circumstances of why you don't have it.
Right. So if it's
to overcome the presumption.
So if it seems reasonable, you could still win in that first stage, not have to go all the way to trial. Because again, there could be circumstances which you reasonably you're not concealing it. The purpose of what you're doing is to make sure they're not intentionally concealing it, because that's already a red flag right there.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the record.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So help me understand. Somebody declares that whatever they did in terms of somebody dying, that individual was threatening to them and they felt that was the thing to do. To make sure, that the person probably ends up being dead, right?
Well, it could be if someone commits a violent act against another person.
Sure.
And you're saying the reason I committed that violent act is because I did it in self-defense.
Of course.
What we're saying is, you want to keep the weapon. You want to have the weapon that you used in self-defense.
Yeah, so stop right there. So what would stop somebody if they used a weapon to not, or what would prevent somebody that used a weapon in self-defense not to have the weapon?
Could be a myriad of factors, but one of them can be you disposed of the weapon.
The individual that did it in self-defense would dispose of a weapon?
Yes, the individual that's saying I did it in self-defense has gotten rid of the weapon
Is that common?
Well, according to the district attorneys, this happens, and it's a very problematic when someone claims self-defense, but they don't have the weapon that they used allegedly in self-defense. So we're wanting people to keep the weapon that you used in self-defense if you indeed used it in self-defense. And if for some reason you don't have that weapon, this is a rebuttable presumption.
Okay,
that
you
you
can
can
stop
overcome.
right there.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you say explain the rebuttable presumption,
Yes, ma'am.
that means that, go ahead, no, you
So,
explain.
so there will be a rebuttable presumption, meaning there will be a standard that it'll be a presumption that you did not use the weapon in self-defense if you don't have the weapon.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, keep
but
going.
There can be circumstances that we can think of.
Okay,
where,
example.
All right, say you use the weapon, you claim you used the weapon in self-defense, but you were on a boat.
Okay.
I'm just kind of thinking and the weapon gets knocked overboard. It's going to be very difficult for you to present that weapon. So you can overcome that presumption against you for not having it by saying, this is the circumstances, Judge. The weapon got knocked out of my hand. It went overboard in the scuffle. Yes, I used it. Yes, it was self-defense. And the judge says, okay, the facts bear that out. The evidence, the witnesses bear that out. You do not have have to rebut that presumption, or you have rebutted it successfully.
But there's enough evidence that would be that the judge or whoever is presiding would be comfortable in making that ruling.
That's right. The judge is going to look at this and say, did those circumstances and does that evidence add up to say, yeah, I understand why you don't have the weapon. Because it can be a crowbar. We had an amendment in committee, which is why we have a floor sub. And so that amendment changed it from being just a gun to a deadly instrument, dangerous instrument.
You have a floor sub for this? A floor sub or a committee?
Well, because we had a committee sub.
Okay, so I was about to say, is it different than what, because I have the committee, what came out of committee.
Then you have everything. There's not a floor sub. It's a committee sub.
All right. There was something else. Would you go to page 4? I think this is where.
Yes.
Page 4 and the lines 101 through 19.
Yeah, and that's really the key to the bill.
That was the idea that you use about somebody, the gun or whatever, probably falling off in the water. This covers that particular part?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, well, it says here, this is just changing that it's not just a weapon, it's a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument is really where that's changing. And that's establishing that there shall be a rebuttable presumption. I mean, that's the whole meat of the bill, is that paragraph.
Well, I noticed the two words that are highlighted, deadly and dangerous, but this whole 101 through 19 it seems to be the new part that came from the committee. Am I correct?
That, not the whole part. The only thing changed in committee was adding the word deadly before weapon.
Okay.
And then or dangerous instrument was added.
Okay, that's it. I got it.
And that's the only change in committee.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Gidley.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, I'll be very brief, and you may have already said this, but just let me clarify. Right now, law, if somebody commits a self-defense and does not have the weapon, they are assumed that it was not self-defense. Is that correct?
No, that's what this is establishing, that if you don't have the weapon, there's going to be a rebuttal. This establishes, this bill, that there's a rebuttable presumption that you did not use it in self-defense.
Okay. So how do you overcome? So how do you overcome that? Then
Yes.
that's my question. I'm concerned that we're making it more difficult for somebody to prove self-defense. You know, that's kind of what
If you don't have the weapon that you claim you used in self-defense, then there's a rebuttable presumption. If you have the weapon, nothing changes.
Right, but if you don't have the weapon, it's assumed that you did not do it in self-defense. Is that what
That's correct. You can overcome it by establishing facts and tell the court, look, this is the reason I don't have the weapon. What we're trying to avoid, Representative Gidley, is there's too many instances where people claim self-defense and they don't have the weapon. They've gotten rid of the weapon. And that's what this is trying to address. Now, if you don't have it for good reason, that's all you got to do is present it to the court, and then you overcome the presumption.
Okay.
And then you're back on the same, you're on the same standing you were.
A lot of people, when they do something, sometimes there's a fear factor there. And even though they're in self-defense, they think, oh my goodness, I got to, you know, and I just don't want to make sure we make it more difficult for somebody that did have self-defense to be able to prove that it was self-defense. But you're saying even if they don't have the weapon, the presumption is there, but they still have a way to overcome that presumption.
Absolutely.
If they bring the facts of why they don't have the weapon. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And then you're on the same playing field that you still are proving you used it. The facts have to add up that you used it in self-defense. But you got to overcome this presumption. If you don't have the very weapon that you claim you used in self-defense, then there's this presumption that you've got to overcome.
Yeah.
So hold on to the weapon if you really did use it in self-defense.
But if there is some reason that it was lost or somebody else took it or whatever, you can overcome that.
Absolutely.
Through bringing those
you present those
reasonings as to why
facts,
it's
and
not
then the
there.
presumption can be overcome, and you're right back where you were.
All right. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Tillman. Be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Okay, Representative Faulkner, let's talk about rebuttable presumption.
Yes,
I
sir.
think that is the issue that a lot of folks are missing. So when we're talking about the rebuttable presumption, we're talking about a fact that is assumed, right? That the court takes as an assumption of a fact that you say that it was a self-defense issue, correct? So you're saying it's a self-defense issue, and the weapon you do not have. So it is a presumption that you did not have the weapon until you overcome it with evidence to prove that you did have the weapon, correct?
No, it's not the presumption you didn't have the weapon.
Yes.
It's a presumption you didn't use it in self-defense if you don't have it.
Yes, if you don't have it, which is same thing, right, technically, because you're saying that it's a self-defense.
Well, it's not a presumption you didn't have the weapon in your possession at the time. It's a presumption you didn't use it in self-defense. Yeah.
Exactly. So that is the presumption, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you still do not, you lose the opportunity to have a stand your ground hearing, correct?
Correct.
That is your self-defense as well.
That's
right?
correct.
Also, you do not lose the opportunity to, at trial, to argue self-defense as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, but if you are saying that it was self-defense and you do not have the weapon to prove that it was self-defense, now the burden shifts to the defendant to show that during the time of this incident or this killing, that I did have a weapon and I used the weapon, correct?
I think it's the same distinction. My only point would be your rebuttable presumption is that if you don't have the weapon you claim you used in self-defense, then there is a presumption you did not use it in self-defense. It's not that a presumption you didn't have the weapon on you at the time. It's saying that there's a presumption you didn't use it in self-defense that you can easily overcome the reason why you don't have the weapon. And so once you overcome why I don't have the weapon, then you still have to always, you still got to prove self-defense. You got to prove all the facts related to it. But to overcome that presumption, you will have a presumption to overcome if you don't have the weapon. But you can do so.
Yes, you can. So, in other words, if you are in a situation to where you have to stand your ground or you have to use a self-defense situation, and you use the dangerous instrument, weapon, whatever you have, and the police arrive, it's best to have and maintain that weapon on you.
Yes, sir, OT. You want to have, if you're going to claim you used a weapon to commit a violent act on another person, it is best to keep that weapon that you claim you used in self-defense.
Right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, OT.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Request for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, I need to move to adopt the committee sub.
Here to explain what your sub does.
Yes, so I got into a little bit of this with Ms. Hall. All this did was add the word deadly before weapon and then the words or dangerous instrument. So for example, if it's not a gun, let's say you use a crowbar. So we're counting for dangerous instruments, and that's all the committee sub did was add those words deadly before weapon and the words or dangerous instrument.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the committee sub. Question for the body is the adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The substitute has been adopted. Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, I'd move for final passage.
That is question
of the
final
committee sub.
passage of HB 92 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 192 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk,
Thank you,
call
member.
next bill. You're welcome.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 254 with substitute by Representative Stringer relating to vessels.
Representative Stringer, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 254 just puts our Marine police officers in line with the regular police officers that patrol our interstates and roads, and requiring a probable cause to stop and check vessels. And with that, we do have a sub at the appropriate time.
Okay, the question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99 ayes, 1 nay. The BIR has been adopted. Representative Stringer.
Yes, sir. And then we have a committee sub, and basically that was to address some issues and concerns that the Department of Conservation had with checking fish in the, make sure the limits and stuff are being reached.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Representative Stringer.
With that, I'd move for final passage.
That's questions final passage of HB 254. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 1 nay. HB 254 has passed.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 5 of the calendar, House Bill number 91 by Representative Hill relating to court fees.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, there's an additional docket fee that it comes from all circuit district and municipal courts that is allocated to the sheriff's office of the county, but it can only be expended for the operation of the jail. What this bill would do would be to amend that ability to expend those monies that he already gets to support the functions of the office of the sheriff for law enforcement purposes. With that, I would ask for the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 2 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Hill.
At that, sir, I would ask for final passage.
Ask the question for final passage of HB 91. Clerk on the lock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 ayes, 1 nay. HB 91 has passed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, House Bill number 255 with substitute by Representative Bedsole relating to the Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission.
Representative Betso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, the Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission was established in 1984 to reimburse innocent victims of violent crimes for things such as funeral, medical costs, counseling, work loss, travel to court, and other expenses. Currently, the deadline to apply for these compensation reimbursements is set at 1 year. This bill simply would extend that additional year for a total of 2 years to apply for those reimbursement of funds.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the bill. The question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, there is a sub that came out of committee.
Here to explain your sub, please.
Yes, sir. Simply, the effective date was incorrect. It should be read 2026, not 2025, as it was in the bill.
Yeah, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Representative Betso.
Call for final passage.
This question final passage of HB 255 substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 255 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 15 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 134 by Senator Beasley relating to taxation.
Chairman Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This same bill that we passed last week, this is a Senate bill that's dealing with the some legislation updates on definition for the Department of Revenue. They've been vetted it. They're good with it. Today, the shipping process is required to go to a third party on shipping tobacco products and taxing. What this does allows it to omit that third party and go straight to the ownership, the same owner that shipped it to the receives it, and then it's distributed from that point. Mr. Speaker, I move for BIR.
Next question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Lee.
Move for final passage.
Next question is final passage of HB 134. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 134 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 214 by Representative Lomax relating to the Fair Campaign Practices Act.
Representative Lomax, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most importantly, we passed this bill last year with no votes, but HB 214 would prohibit foreign nationals from contributing to our Alabama elections. It's currently illegal federally. This would mirror that with that law and also close the loophole in regards to our ballot referendums and constitutional amendments. With that, I move for the BIR, Mr. Speaker.
That is the question, the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Lomax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for final passage.
That's the question's final passage of HB 214. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you give me some more clarity? Because just reading this summary, who's been taking money from foreign entity?
Who is?
Yeah, who's doing that?
I don't have any cases in front of me here in the state of Alabama.
So why you bring a bill?
Well, because it's occurred in many other places, and I don't think that
But you don't have
anyone would want foreign national money to be a part of our
I
election.
don't know. Our president takes a lot.
This isn't in regard to that at all.
It seems like it because there's no incident in the state of Alabama. So if you don't have a problem, what are you correcting?
Well, this is mirroring it up with the federal law, which I think you can understand. You know,
Well, I can't
we don't want
understand, 'cause on
we
the
don't want a
federal
foreign.
level, we got a lot of people dealing with Saudi Arabia monies and monies coming from a lot of questionable places that they're taking.
If that were the case, do you find that acceptable?
And then I could tell you something even more, not necessarily dealing with campaign, but you know when we passed the charter school bill, it says in there that they could take monies from any foreign country or foreign entity. So, you know, we've been taking money from foreign people for a long time, some of us. So, but since we don't have that problem in the state of Alabama, I don't know why we're correcting it or passing this bill.
Yeah, charter schools are not related to our campaign, so I don't
said
find
it
that
wasn't.
relevant.
You didn't have to repeat me.
Yeah.
I said it wasn't related, but in there we pass bills where people are taking funds from foreign countries and foreign entities. So when it comes down to campaign, at the end of the day, you don't know where that money coming from because people clean up stuff so well. But I do believe you said there's no cases that you know of. So what would be the reason?
This bill
for us doing it?
prohibits if you accept it willingly and knowingly.
So we don't
per
have
your
any
definition.
cases of that happening in the state of Alabama, so why are we doing it?
Well, there's been plenty of cases across the United States of
But
America.
the state of Alabama, you know, a lot of times I hear people when
It sounds like you have an issue with it
I
based on what
don't.
you
I
said
just
earlier.
think that you all bring so many bills that we have no data as to why we should bring them. And there are so many other things that we ought to be looking out for in this state rather than solving problems that don't even exist. That's my problem. And I come up on all the bills that sound like that we have no data to prove that anything was done wrong, yet we will take our time and our energy to work on something that we don't have any indication that it's a negative impact on the citizens of Alabama versus those issues that we need to be worried about. We need to be worried about hunger in the state. We need to be worried about health care in the state. But we don't give those types of issues the time of day. And I come down, if you notice, all those bills that we don't have any data to say why we ought to be working on those bills, I have the same concerns about when we're not improving the quality and quality of life of the citizens of Alabama, where we have documented problems that exist. We know that we have health care problems from one end of the state where we're having more and more rural hospitals that are closing. And even in the urban area, you're having more and more hospitals that are merging together. So we could take more time to deal with health care jobs. We need to be dealing with what we could put on the books to come up with the incentives to look at those counties that need a tax base to start preparing those counties to recruit the types of businesses that would improve the quality of life and the education, since we've been talking about funds that might disappear. And the way we get those funds is through the tax base and making sure we have the proper businesses, making sure that our population is healthy, making sure that those healthy people can have jobs. That's my concern. When I don't see this as something that we need to be putting our minds on, when we got more, as they say, kitchen table type issues that we need to be dealing with. So it's always a concern for me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Henry, Representative Reen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lomax, this is a great bill. Thank you very much. I have lived in my house for 26 years and not once have I been broken into. But every day I lock the door. It's called being proactive. This is a good bill. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dallas, Representative Chestnut.
Will you show 'em?
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Just wanted to try to get something cleared up. So the definition of a foreign national is what exactly?
It's defined in the bill. It's essentially a citizen who is not a lawful permanent resident of the United States, or not a citizen of the United States.
Okay, so, all right. So it doesn't have anything to do with where they were born, per se.
Does not.
Okay, so it
As long as you're a lawful citizen or a lawful resident of the United States or a citizen, you wouldn't fall under this at all.
Okay, so a person that is running a business, because I know that's probably a question that some people would like to know. I mean, we all have folks that run businesses within our districts that, gas stations, for instance. These persons, they have legitimate business interests in the, within the districts or within the state. Would there be any proscription of these folks actually donating to campaigns?
Yeah, I'm curious if you had this concern when you voted on the bill last year, but I do think that as long as they're a lawful resident of the state of Alabama, they wouldn't fall under the exclusion here.
Okay. So I couldn't get a contribution from Zoran Mamdani, right?
Why is that?
I'm asking, under your bill.
Is he a lawful resident of state of, or of the country?
I don't know, I'm asking you.
I don't know if he is. As long as you're not willfully and knowingly accepting a contribution, it's not becoming on you to have to provide his citizenship.
Okay. So we wouldn't, so it's not on the, I guess, the candidate to do all this background research. It just pretty much falls on the person.
It does, as long as you're not soliciting in a way. There, you have to add the disclaimer. This mirrors federal election law, where you add a disclaimer that you cannot accept contributions from foreign nationals.
Okay, so you're just parroting or just mirroring the federal law on
That's
this,
right.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so it could be a state prosecutable crime.
Okay. Well, is there any, I mean, wouldn't the federal law, though, like attach to any within the states? I mean, what would this do that the federal law doesn't already do?
Well, it will allow us to prosecute cases. It goes a step further in that under the current federal law, it's not covered if you're donating to a ballot referendum or a constitutional amendment campaign. So this covers that as well, to where foreign nationals cannot participate in those elections.
Okay. Have you had and I don't know, I didn't quite hear, but I thought somebody may have asked this question. Has there been a situation in North Alabama with any of this?
Not that I'm aware, but I mean, again, do you buy a fire extinguisher before or after the fire occurred? That's why we pass a good amount of bills here, is to make sure that we're preventing things that don't need to occur in our state.
Okay. Are there examples on, in other states, Kentucky, Texas, Florida, South Carolina?
There are. There's quite a few. Just in 2024, there was over $100 million spent by one organization called the 1630 Fund, which was funneled through foreign monies, upwards of $243 million through that fund. And a lot of that went to ballot referendums that, under current federal law, was legal and to participate in. So this would close that loophole.
Okay. But typically, though, this usually would happen more so in congressional races, right? There hadn't been an issue like with most state races.
Well, that's not what this information shows from the Americans for Public Trust.
Okay.
That shows that these monies were spent on constitutional amendment campaigns to try to influence elections. So.
Oh, mostly on the referendum. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Now I get it.
Yep.
Okay. So I'll yield the remainder of my time.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. Hearing up there, I just couldn't hear what was going on, and I needed some clarity because I'm kind of concerned when you're saying that the foreign nationals are not U.S. citizens.
Yeah, or not lawful residents as well.
Okay, because see, the problem is, we've recruited a lot of industry into our communities, and especially in our rural communities. And in dealing with that, we've established relationships. We do things together, and they give gifts and stuff. And I got a meeting scheduled with one of them, so they cannot, is what you're saying, they cannot give any political contributions. Is what I'm understanding you to say, right?
Do they live here?
Well, now they're here. Yeah.
Yeah, do they
But
live here for a legal reason? I mean, I would assume that they are here lawfully.
They're here because they started an industry. It's a Korean country. I've got about 2 or 3 of them now that we're working very closely with, and I deal with them on their economic development. And I didn't want to, if they offered me a contribution, accept it if I can't accept it. And you're saying that I can't accept it from them, right?
Well, not if they're not lawful residents, but there's many cases. I mean, if they're here on a work visa, if they're here for another reason related to industry, which it sounds like in this case it would be, then you wouldn't have any issues with this prohibition.
I wouldn't. That would be okay. Because, like I said, I don't want to do anything that's going to get me into some trouble because I know I got a meeting.
Yeah, you definitely don't, because it's currently illegal federally. So you'd already want to be making sure. But this would just mirror that on the state level as well.
Okay, so I don't think I need to deal with it if that's the case. If they want to give it to me, I don't think I can take their other gifts, but I can't take their political contributions. Is what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. It depends on how much this gift is that we're discussing. There's separate laws that pertain to that. But this contribution, this theoretical contribution, would be okay as long as they're either a citizen of the United States or they're here as a lawful resident, which is not necessarily just citizenship. There's other ways you can be here lawfully.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is passage of HB 214. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. Record the votes. 94 ayes, 0 nays. HB 214 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 39 of the calendar, House Bill number 183 by Representative DuBose relating to education.
Representative DuBose, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm here to present HB number 183. This bill authorizes homeschool students to participate in career and technical education programs at public schools. This has already passed this body twice. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how long you've been dealing with private schools and public high schools, but I've been dealing with it a long time. This just didn't start right now. We've been doing this for a long time. And my concern is, I haven't had a chance to read your bill. What are you going to do? How are these credits, are they given, how are they going to get credit for this career technical education? What is it going to go toward?
Well, these are for homeschoolers specifically, this has nothing to do with private school students, but allows homeschoolers to come into a public school if there's room for them, and if they're authorized and they already have the prerequisites to come in and participate in Career Tech. That's something that's just difficult to replicate in a homeschool situation. And how important Career Tech is in our state now, and we want these children just to have an opportunity. So this gives homeschooled students that opportunity, and this is very important to the homeschool community. I've heard from hundreds of homeschoolers. They're down here. They've been waiting on this bill. This is the third year I brought this up, and it's passed 2 years already.
Okay. If the homeschool kids are getting vouchers, if their parents are getting a voucher to educate them, will they be obligated to give any money to the public schools for providing them this training?
Okay, so this is not tied at all to school choice or to vouchers. This is just a homeschool student coming in to the public school, and if there are any fees, the school is allowed to charge them, and the student would have to pay them. This particular bill doesn't have anything to do with
It doesn't
school choice.
have anything to do with it, but if that student has received a voucher, if that parent has received a voucher for teaching their kids at home, and they end up sending them to a public school, it would seem as though somewhere the public school should be entitled to some type of reimbursement for the teaching. If
Yeah,
they're
they can
getting
charge
a
a fee.
voucher to
Yes.
teach them at home, and they're sending them to school to get a public education, it's something is missing there. So
This public school can charge the homeschooler a fee.
They can?
And yes,
Okay.
ma'am, they can.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Blackshear.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. Just a couple questions for clarity. So, because we're really, again, how people choose to educate their kids is, their decision at home. Will we keep carving up homeschool? At what point do we say you're no longer really homeschooling your kids? If you're going for a couple core classes to play sports, then we go to this school for VOTEC. So the question is, homeschool kids have the ability to apply for the CHOOSE Act dollars. Can the CHOOSE Act dollars be utilized to cover these potential fees that may be paid for to go to these VOTEC classes for the systems?
The parent's going to be charged whatever the fee is, whatever the school decides. I mean,
But can
there's
they
no way
use the
to
CHOOSE
segregate.
Act voucher if they got one? Can CHOOSE Act voucher be accepted to cover these fees on behalf of that student?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's not specifically addressed in this
Okay,
bill.
so-
It's not meant to be used specifically for this. It just says that they have to be charged.
But it could be, right? I mean,
be.
it could be if they meet the requirements we have now.
Yeah, the Alabama Department of Revenue determines
Okay,
that's one of the.
So if they accept the CHOOSE Act dollars and they're utilizing it for this, also I think in your bill it has it to where these students would be able to be counted as a student in the average daily attendance for these school systems. Now, would some school systems be getting double dollars? Could they
Well,
be
I
getting the
would
Fed
hope
dollars
not.
and the CHOOSE Act dollars?
I would hope that that's something the Alabama Department of Revenue is going to notice, and I would definitely not want any duplicity there.
And around everything that's been going on with the HSAA around CHOOSE
Yeah.
Act dollars and letting the kids play, if it's a homeschool kid, because there's already the Tebow rule in place.
Yeah, they're already
to be able to
doing
play.
it for sports, or I don't know if it's all sports. I know it's at least for football, and they have to come in, and it's the same way. They have to be signed up as a non-traditional student, and maybe they have to take PE and then practice with the team.
Would this allow them, if they weren't down that path and this is the only foot in the door they have at a school system, would this then allow them to be able to play sports as well too at that
This
school by just
only-
going through CTE programs?
This only addresses career tech programs at public schools, and I don't believe that athletics is defined within that.
I was just curious if those
Yeah.
career tech classes, whether it's a business computer class, whether it's welding, whatever they're paying for that school system's dollars they're charging for, whatever they're going for career tech programs within that school system, that school district, would that meet the requirements of the Tebow rule to be able to play sports at that time? I'm just trying to make sure there's no loophole because we got a lot of loopholes people are trying to
no.
find around in this.
No, this is specifically defined for career tech, and career tech is defined, and it doesn't include anything to do with athletics.
All right, last question.
I
then.
don't see that as a loophole.
All right, so last question. Could we have a student that goes to said public school for core classes so they can participate in extracurricular activities and then go to a potential county system for CTE programs, and they're split up between two different school systems, one for core classes, one for CTE, and still be deemed a homeschool kid?
No, a homeschool child is defined in here as a child that's taught at home. So if you're taught at another school, you're not a homeschool student.
But they would be taught these CTE classes.
Their
Not
child,
at home.
it's a child that's taught primarily at home, and they come in specifically to take these career tech classes.
Okay. I mean, and look, and I'm fine with the bill. I'm just saying at some point, though, we keep
You're looking for
breaking this
loopholes just in
down.
case,
I
yeah.
think we're going to have to probably redefine what truly makes you eligible to be a homeschool kid if we
Which we
keep
do
giving
have
different
that.
avenues to go to. If we
Yeah.
keep breaking up where they can go to public schools or private schools for.
Yeah, this is specifically public school within your district, and it's specifically for homeschooled children, and that's defined as a student that learns at home. So I don't see how they could be coming from another school.
All right, so I said last question, I just thought of another one. And we have school systems that have created a separate career tech school,
Yes.
and they have put non-athletes in that school so they don't count towards their average daily attendance. But they're still getting the money for that. So you're saying could these kids not be counted too if they're not athletic playing people?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I think there's a lot of things as we go forward
Okay.
with these bills going forward. We got to really make sure we have
Yeah.
the conversations about, because it's simple on the surface, but there's a lot of people behind it trying to find the true details.
Yeah,
Of
well-
where there's an advantage athletically and
I get
academically.
that. I get that, and there's new events that have gone on, but this bill really, it's gone before. It's gone before the ETF fund. It's gone before Ed Policy 20. I feel like we've been pretty good about vetting this bill and defining homeschool, defining career tech. It also allows for these full-time career tech programs to opt out if they don't want to participate, like that big one down in Baldwin County. You
That
know,
big,
there's-
beautiful one in Baldwin County is.
Yeah, that big, beautiful school in Baldwin County, they can opt out if they're a self-contained career tech school.
All right.
Because those kids go all day long.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that.
Thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Reverend Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I've often wondered why parents choose to homeschool their children in the first place. And now we're getting more and more requests to participate with public schools. Now, I have a problem with that because you choose to say that I don't want my child to be taught in a public school, but these same people that's going to be teaching them career tech are in a public school. So it's like having your cake and eating it too. And whatever we come up with, like the last representative say, we keep allowing more and more, but yet and still they're classified as homeschool students. And it seems to me that if their students can, if they want their children to be in the career tech to take advantage what they can't do in homeschool, then the requirement ought to be that they transfer to that public school where they want to be able to get in those career tech classes, because they're still being taught by public school teachers. That some people, as I wonder, when they say they're homeschooling, they thinking their students are getting a better quality of education than from what students are getting in public schools. So on that hand, it's better quality, I guess, for the basic education curriculum. But when it comes that I could take advantage of something that I don't like and would not put my child in, but they can benefit from it, then all I have to do is get someone to pass a law to say I'm homeschooled, but I can take advantage of the sports, I can take advantage of the career tech. I just don't think it's right, because we have one pot of money that education comes out of. We've delved it up and people get credit. They get the tax credit for their students being at home. And I can promise you that whatever fee that they pay to come in for the career tech still the end won't justify the mean, because it probably would take much more than what that parent fee would pay for that child to be in that program, because now they're in a public school building, they're using the utilities, they're using all of the resources. At the end of the day, I think that we've gone through such a struggle dividing up that education pot. Now people realize, well, my child might want to do this, my child might want to do that, but I didn't make such a good choice by homeschooling them, but now I want them to be in a public school environment. So, you know, I know you're not answering questions, and I probably won't give you that chance, but I just like to, at this point, vet that I just think that is so wrong. We have fought all these years as to why we did not think it was appropriate, even for the tax credits going to people that are homeschooling. And at the end of the day, I'm not quite so sure when that child comes from homeschooling, they're able to even participate and have the level of knowledge for those career tech programs that they need. Because we do find that there are some deficiencies in students once they come from homeschooling to come into the public school. But I think it's just so wrong. And I know you all have the power to do it, but we're still taking that one pot of money where a few bills ago we were talking about we need to start looking at merging schools because of the high overhead costs for schools would have fewer and fewer students in them. Yet and still, you decide to homeschool, you get the benefits of the tax credit. With the students that's in charter schools, they doing the same thing. They get there and they realize, well, we don't have athletics or we don't have career tech, so let's still take advantage of what we said we didn't like. And that's a problem to me, and I don't know why we allow this as lawmakers to continue to happen. But I know you have the votes, but I think it's just something that we should not be doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 89 ayes, 2 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Bose.
With that, I move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
That is the question's final passage of HB 183. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 85 ayes, 2 nays. HB 183 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thanks, lady. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 156 by Representative Lee relating to physician's assistants.
Thank you,
Chairman
Mr.
Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is dealing with a compact for physician assistants. We already have several compacts, that includes nurses and physicians. We worked on some of that the last couple of years. This allows these PAs to be able to cross the state line that already has the license that we need. It's very valuable in a lot of ways. One, because we're short on docs, PAs, and nurse practitioners, but also for our military people that are coming in, their spouses that do this, that are moving from outside the state that are PAs, allows them to go to work quickly and fulfill a need that we have. Mr. Speaker, I move for BIR.
Next question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
That's questions final passage of HB 156. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 156 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the
Thank you,
body.
Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 41 of the calendar, House Bill number 37 with substitute by Representative Ingram relating to crimes and offenses.
Chairman Ingram, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is attempting to elude. It just clarified the bill. The law. It's the penalties are kind of confusing and inconsistent, and this just clarifies and gives it a little better identity. Now, there is a substitute, and the only difference, I guess we can get the BR first. But asking for the BR, please.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Leader Stahagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to bring to y'all's attention this past summer in Hartselle, we had this incident take place, and we lost one of our teenage kids that grew up in Hartselle. And his name was Tristan Hollis. He was killed. He was 17 years old from a guy eluding an officer driving at extremely high speeds through our downtown. We had 3 of his friends in the car: Braxton Wells, Noah Prater, Gavin Prater. They survived but suffered serious injuries. This cannot be more of a needed piece of legislation, and I wish it was stronger personally. So thank you for your efforts. Thank you for bringing this, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your words.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a substitute.
You care to explain your substitute to us, please?
Yes, sir. So the difference in the substitute, basically, it was a mandatory 48 hours on the first offense and 60 days mandatory. That was taken out. And this is clarifies that it takes it to a Class D on the first offense, but it escalates when you have a child in the car under the age of 14, and also when you strike an officer, or if you're on parole or on bail, or if you've had a prior conviction of eluding. That's the difference.
Okay, you've heard the gentleman's explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote 102 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, HB 37 as substituted. Ask for final passage, please.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I commend the gentleman for bringing the bill, but I want to make a statement. If the law enforcement officer would stop the pursuit, you have a network. You know, you don't have to be in hot pursuit chasing, and set the network up and let them and trap them somewhere. But right. We have that happen our way. There's no way you're going to elude them, but without killing yourself and others. So, right. Thank you for bringing it. Thank you
for your words, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of HB 37 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 37 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 2 of the calendar, House Bill number 10 by Representative Pettis relating to juvenile offenders.
Chairman Pettis, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request to carry this bill over.
You've heard the gentleman's request. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The bill has been carried over.
Thank you.
Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 111 by Representative Rigsby relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Rigsby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we passed last session. This is HB 111. It started as HB 1, but after some cloning, we got 2 extra ones. What this is the anti-cloning legislation. This is a piece of proactive. Yeah, that was a joke. This is a piece of proactive legislation. Last session, questions were asked. Do we have cloning in Alabama? We have not succeeded at human cloning, but we have succeeded at animal cloning. And we just want to put some guardrails in place to make sure that we value life and we don't commodify life. So with that being said, I ask for the BR.
Next question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 96 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Rigsby.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I ask for final passage of HB 111.
Next question is final passage of HB 111. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 96 ayes, 0 nays. HB 111 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thanks, the gentleman. Ms. Clerk, let's call back up HB 331. I think this is some of the local bills we had when we had the glitch with the computer.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 331 by Representative Standridge relating to Blount County.
Request for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 62 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final pass of HB 331. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 26 ayes, 0 nays. HB 331 has been voted on 4 times today. Well, that'd all be good. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 308, a constitutional amendment by Representative Shirey relating to Mobile County.
Representative Shirey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I told you I'd be back. This is the senior property tax exemption that freezes the assessed value. We've passed it in several counties, and with that, I call for the BIR.
Next question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 72 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 308. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 68 ayes, 0 nays. HB 308 is passed. The question now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays. HB 308 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 40 of the calendar, House Bill number 310, a constitutional amendment by Representative Crawford relating to Limestone County.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same bill that just passed for Limestone County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 72 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body is passage of HB 310. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 65 ayes, 0 nays. HB 310 has passed. Question now is local application. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 47 ayes, 0 nays. HB 310 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, let's bring up HB 181 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate as amended is therein shown, and as amended is adopted the following House joint resolution and returns same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 181 relating to dredging.
President Marcus, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate added an amendment onto this bill. It is more of a technical thing just to cover, just in case a third party was to sue, that the state and the port would not be liable. So it's just a technical thing. So with that, I'd like to concur, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, you heard the sponsor. He wishes to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 181 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A moment of perpetual privilege, please.
Gentleman's question,
Mr.
Randy.
Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for your leadership and Rex Reynolds, Chairman Reynolds, and the Senate sponsor, Senator Elliott, for getting this bill across the line today. This is a great day for the Bay and for all of us who love it. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, let's call HB 140 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended, has adopted the following House Joint Resolution and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 140, relating to county subdivision regulations.
Chairman Sales, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment actually excluded Mobile County. They actually have a law down there that does the same thing, so we excluded them, and I move to concur.
Yeah, you heard the gentleman's request. He wishes to concur. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you tell me exactly what we were doing? What are we doing?
This is the same bill, me and you talked about the subdivision.
You know how many bills we talked about since then?
Well, me and you hadn't talked about it. This is the family exemption for subdivisions where if you sell some land to your family, you can be exempt from the right-of-way exemptions. You get exempt from that. So Mobile County has the rule already in place, so we just
You excluded Mobile. Every other county is included except
Yes,
for
ma'am.
Mobile
Yes,
County.
ma'am. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Clerk unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 140 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.